Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Peace be upon you. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, which attend both in online and offline. I'm delighted to welcome you to Udayana University Bali for the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences ISFFS with the theme Resilience Management of Fish and Fisheries for Sustainable Blue Economic. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we are all very grateful to be blessed with health and the opportunity that we can gather here to join the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences. And now I would like to greet and welcome His Excellency, Head of Marine and Fisheries Agency of Bali Province, Bapak Insinyur Putu Sumardiana MP. Profesor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Antara MN IPU, Rector of Udayana University. Dr. Renat Evi Ayu Arida, Head of Research Center for Applied Zoology, National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic of Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Krismono, Chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society or Masyarakat Ichthyologi Indonesia. Keynote speakers, invited speakers, and moderators, all VIP guests, High Chief Position of Udayana University, delegation, and invitees of the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences ISFFS. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is hosted by the Indonesian Ichthyology Society, Faculty of Marine and Fisheries Udayana University, Postgraduate Program of Udayana University, National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic of Indonesia, Biodiversitas Indonesia, and the Jakarta Technical University of Fisheries. This seminar is intended to provide a platform for academics, researchers, practitioners, and governments as well from around the world to identify and explore the issues, opportunity, and solution that promote the long-term sustainability of fish resources and fisheries, especially in tropical area. And today's agenda will be divided into 4 sessions, which are opening session, keynote speech, parallel session, and panel session with a moderator to elaborate the topic. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present a Balinese dance performed by Udayana University student. The dance called Sekar Jagat Dance. Derived from the word Sekar means fragrant flowers and Jagat means the world. Performed by 3 beautiful girls carrying a bowl full of flowers and ornate. The happiness in welcoming the guests is presented through the graceful movement of the dancers, combined with luxurious headdress or gelungan, flowers, and also the colorful costume. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sekar Jagat Dance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please once again give big round of applause for Sekar Jagat Dance, performed by Udayana University student. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, now let us honor our country by hearing Indonesian anthem Indonesia Raya, led by Delvira Zulfa Priambarita. Please stand up. Our agenda will be continued by opening prayer delivered by Bapak Jero Mangku Made Budi. Please bow your heads as we begin the opening prayer.
Awegenem astu namu asidium amaditya siaparam jyotir rakte juno Satuti apong kaja madiasti maskaraya namo namo amrang ringsa paramo siwadit Ya namo namo Om yang widi Tuhan Maha mengetahui. Di bawah pancaran sinar suci Tuhan yang cemerlang, kami mengaturkan puja dan puji syukur yang setulus-tulusnya, serta berdoa kehadapan Tuhan sebagai Sang Yang Siwa Radik. Saksi agung yang maha mengetahui, saksikan serta berkatilah segala puja dan puji kami. Berkat limpahan anugerah-Mu, kami dapat berkumpul dalam keadaan sehat walafiat pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Selasa 6 Juni 2023 dalam acara Second International Seminar on Fish and Fisheries Sciences. Semoga berjalan dengan baik. Siriyam bawantu, Sukam bawantu, Purnam bawantu, Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now take your seat. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, today's event will be opened by a welcoming speech from Chairman of Organizing Committee. I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Nyoman Dati Pertami to deliver her speech. Ibu Dati Pertami, the stage is yours.
The Honorable to the Governor of Province of Bali and our representative, the Chancellor of Udayana University, the keynote speaker and invited speaker, other invitation participant and committee. Good morning. It is an honor and privilege to welcome to you the second International Seminar Fish and Fisheries Science 2023. The seminar theme is a resilient management of fish and fisheries for sustainable blue economy. The development of sustainable marine economy or blue economy is one commitment made by the Indonesia government, such as a fish catch in the Indonesia water, which are a commitment made by Indonesia government. Credit to extend the ability to ecosystem to restore the number, the small-scale domestic fishing fleet are large, unregulated, and unmonitored. Coral reef are is in a favorable condition. Garbage contained in the seawater. All the condition has a negative impact on the tourism, fisheries, logistic, and ecosystem sector. Therefore, this seminar is intended to provide the platform for academics, researchers, practitioners, and government to identify and explore the issue, opportunities, and solutions that promote the long-term sustainability on fish resources and fisheries, especially in tropical area. We are excited to present the hybrid seminar program that included 2 keynote speakers, 5 invited speakers, 119 oral presentation, and 15 poster presentation in this 2-day event. There are 16 countries participating as a speaker, and 13 countries will contribute to international proceeding publication. The opening keynote will given by the head of National Research and Innovation Agency or representative. The second keynote will be delivered by Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries at Udayana University. With so many quality speakers available to us this years, we have choose some of the top names in the field as to join the second ESFF 2023. Our 5 preliminary speakers are sure to inspire us with their broad experiences in their particular fields. The first preliminary will be given by Prof. Harry Palm, one of the best-known scholars in fish parasite, evolutionary biology, parasitology, and systematic taxonomy. And the Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Huda, an expert in food processing and preservation. And Professor Hyun Woo Kim, a professor in marine biology, metabarcoding, molecular ecology, and environmental DNA, will talk in the second plenary. On the second day, the seminar, we are also honored welcome to Samantha Cheng, PhD, as one of understanding scientists in biodiversity conservation. Professor Dr. Insinyur Lucky Adrianto, an expert in coastal, marine, and fisheries resources. These presentations are not to be missed. The detailed schedule and abstract can be seen in the following page in this book abstract. The second ESFFS committee wishes to extend gratitude to all submitters, reviewers, and moderators for making the second international seminar on fish and fishery science a success. The hard work, support, and dedication from each of these individuals, which comprise the backbone of the seminar, make all participants be able to get benefit from the quality of the presentation. The seminar is the result of hard work, support, and dedication of a number of participants. We wish to thank all the committee members who together make the seminar possible event. We also want to thank the Indonesia Ichthyological Society, Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries Udayana University, Postgraduate Program of Udayana University, Research Center for Fisheries, Research Center for Conservation of Marine and Inland Water Resources, Biodiversitas Indonesia, Bionesia, and the Jakarta Technical University of Fisheries for a good collaboration. Special thanks to the Peat and Mangrove Restoration Agency, BNI Marananta, and Nitra Jaya for their contribution to supporting the seminar. Thank you for being here with us. We value your presence at the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences. May the seminar be successful and enjoyable. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Dati Pertami, for the welcoming speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is a welcoming remarks from Chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Chris Mono to deliver his speech. Professor Chris Mono, the stage is yours.
Excellencies, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, represented by Head of Central Research, Fish Zoology. The Honorable Government of the Province of Bali, represented by Head of the Marine and Fisheries Service for Province Bali, Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Udayana University, Director of the Postgraduate Udayana University, Head of Research Center for Fisheries, Head of Research Center for Conservation of Marine and Inland Water Resources, Director of Indonesian Biodiversity, Director of Jakarta Technical University, University of Fisheries. The invite speaker, Professor Harry Palm from Rostock University, German, Samantha Chen from WWV USA, Professor Young Woo Kim from Pukyong National University, South Korea, Associate Professor Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Sabah, Professor Dr. Lucky Adrianto from IPB University. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. On behalf of the Indonesia Ichthyology Society, I give you a warm welcome to second International Seminar of Fish and Fisheries Science, which is being hybrid after the COP19. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesia Ichthyology Society is professional association established on June 6, 2000 at precisely 23 years old today, with vision to become a leading organization in studying fish diversity and in all the aspects. The Indonesia Ichthyology Association dedicates itself to the development, conservation, and sustainable use of Indonesian fish resources. The Indonesian Ichthyology Society members are more than 200 people with professional lecturers, researchers, NGO, and fish officers, but from Indonesia on board. Realizing its vision and mission, MIA regularly publishes the Indonesian Journal of Ichthyology, ichthyological news, and various books and fish and fisheries. Research dissemination routinely such as National Fish Seminar every year and the Biennial International Seminar of Fish and Fisheries Science. The second International Seminar of Fish and Fisheries Science 2023 is a collaboration event between the Indonesian Ichthyology Society with the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries Udayana Universities, Postgraduate Udayana Universities, Research Center for Fisheries, Research Center for Conservation and Marine Inland Water Resources, Biodiversity Indonesia, Jakarta Technical of Fisheries University. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to deliver my gratitude the Dean of Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries Udayana University, the Director of Postgraduate Udayana University, the Head of the Research Center of Fisheries, the Head of the Research Center for Conservation of Marine Inland Water Resource, Director of Indonesian Biodiversity, Director of Jakarta Technical University. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is archipelagic country with 65% of the total area of Indonesia in the form of sea. In the framework of economic recovery and transformation after the COP19, Indonesia needs to have a new approach and look for new resources of economic growth. They are more inclusive and sustainable. Indonesia has enormous and abundant potential in fisheries and marine sector, but this needs to be reflected in the socio-economic condition of coastal community. Many fishermen live below the poverty line with constant environmental conditions, with limited knowledge and added economy pressure to meet daily needs, the ecology aspect must be addressed. The fishermen's use of fishing facility and instructor, such as bombs, potas, and trawlers, tends to damage biodiversity and marine biota. The blue economy is one answer with economy potential and the needs be optimized. The blue economy is an activity that focus on ecosystem aspect such as have the waste output from fishing activity must be in condition that does not directly indirectly pollute the soil and public waters with this affect habitat and ecosystem life. Therefore, there is a need science and technology in the waste problem. If this realized, the blue economy integrated with the fisheries industrialization program will be even more successfully and advance the fisheries sector in Indonesia. The blue economy is also a program that makes policy in hunting fish more optimized. The government must implement measurable fishing regulations so that ecological aspect of development of marine biota and maintenance and development well. The practical implementation of the blue economy is expected to be able the anticipated dangerous activities in the chapter fisheries sector such as overfishing. These activities are dangerous, effective, destroy marine ecosystem in Indonesian waters. Therefore, it is meaningful to implement measurable fishing. There are 4 strategies for Indonesian blue economy, namely increasing the management of marine costa, through follow-up fisheries management, mangrove restoration, and coral reef quality. Mobilization of increased incentive and investment relative to improving essential service and infrastructure and management coastal environmental impact, so that quality and service of coastal community can increase. Due to fact of expectation above, the seminars them is relationships management of fish and fisheries for a sustainable blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the right place and time to participate in this seminar. Together, let's accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good participants. I am especially pleased that the discussion and activities here will inform to policy on the sustainable development of fish resources, chapter fisheries and aquaculture biodiversity and conservation. I am confident you will find new ideas, fresh energy, and novel participate to sustainable you effort to support the SDGs and recovery from COVID-19 toward fisheries, science, technology, and innovation. I wish you all very successful seminar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Chris Mono for the welcoming speech. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is speech from Rector Udayana University. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Antara MN IPU to deliver his speech. Professor Antara, the stage is yours.
The Honorable Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, which is represented by Mrs. Dr. Rernet Epi Ayu. The Honorable Governor of Bali, which is represented by Head of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries Office of Bali, Insinyur Putu Sumardiana MP. The Honorable Chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyological Society, MEI, Mr. Professor Dr. Chris Mono, MS. The Honorable Chairperson of the 2023 ISFFS Committee. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries of Udayana University. The Honorable Director of Postgraduate Udayana University, the Honorable Head of Research Center for Fishery, BRIN, the Honorable Head of Research Center for Conservation of Maritime and Inland Water Resources, BRIN, the Honorable Director of Biodiversitas Indonesia, or Bionesia, the Honorable Director of Jakarta Technical University of Fisheries, GTUF, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama budaya, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning to all of you. First, let us thank God Almighty, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, that we are in good health and able to hold the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences. The Honorable distinguished guests, on behalf of Udayana University, I would like to welcome you all to this second international seminar in Bali. I am so proud and thankful that this event is being held in Udayana University. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the sea is an identity and the key to Indonesia's prosperity. And this is supported by the potential that Indonesia has covered more than 17,500 islands, 108,000 kilometers of coastline, and the 3/4 of its territory is sea. Indonesia ranks second after China as the country with the largest fishery sector in the world. The fisheries sector in Indonesia provides 7 million jobs and contributed 27 billion US dollar to the gross domestic product, or GNP. The government's effort to increase Indonesia's marine productivity and maintain the health and balance of its ecosystem are still facing various challenges, and threat to utilization in the fisheries and maritime sector, such as fish caught in Indonesia, weather which are predicted to exceed the ability of the ecosystem to restore their numbers. So there are indications there are overfishing, small-scale domestic fishing fleet are largely unregistered and unmonitored. Coral reef, about a third, are in unfavorable condition. Garbage contained in waters as a negative input on the tourism, fisheries, logistic, ecosystem sectors. Indonesia will be able to overcome these challenges and gain greater benefit from the maritime and fisheries sector with the right policies and investment. Building a sustainable maritime economy or blue economy is commitment that has been made by the Indonesian government. The Indonesian Ichthyological Society, or MII, deemed it necessary to hold scientific events at international level to build and develop network and collaborations, exchange information on the latest research result in the field of fish, fisheries, and agriculture among researchers, practitioners, lecturers, and postgraduate students. The second international seminar will also open up widely the opportunity for our staff and students to participate, collaborate, and contribute to the development of science and technology in the field of fisheries that can be utilized for community welfare and the research development in accordance with the interests of local, national, and international communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the expected output of this second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences, or the second ISFFS, are scientific publication of Indonesian lecturers, researchers, and postgraduate students published in International Proceeding Indexes Scopus or Q3, an accredited national journal. This is in line with the goal of Udayana University to increase the potential of its resources in producing international and national scientific publication. The intellectual property is for the community's benefit and to establish cooperation in various fields to improve the quality of the three dharma of higher education. Finally, I would like to thank the head of National Research and Innovation Agency, Mr. Laksana Trihandoko, and the Governor of Bali, Mr. Wayan Koster, who has participated with economic supported for the implementation of this activity, as well as the chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyological Society, or MII, who initiated the second international seminar on the fish and fisheries sciences. Furthermore, I would like to express my gratitude to other institutions, Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Universitas Udayana, Postgraduate Program Udayana University, Research Center for Fishery, BRIN, Research Center for Conservation of Marine and Inland Water Resources, BRIN, Indonesian Biodiversity Jakarta Technical University of Fisheries, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Once again, I congratulate you on the implementation of the second international seminar on the fish and fisheries sciences, or the second ISFFS. May God bless us all. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Antara, for the speech. You may now take your seat. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to an opening remark from His Excellency, Head of Marine and Fisheries Agency of Bali Province. His Excellency Bapak Insinyur Putu Sumardiana MP, the stage is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi seyogianya Pak Gubernur hadir pada acara ini. Kebetulan beliau ada tugas luar, jadi saya yang mewakili. Tanpa mengurangi makna daripada pertemuan ini, saya akan bacakan sambutan Pak Gubernur. Good morning all participants. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Your Excellency, Head of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, MSc, Chancellor of Udayana University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Nyoman Gede Astara, FU, Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Udayana University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Iwayan Warse, MSc, Indonesian Ichthyological Sciences, distinguished speaker and expert, ladies and gentlemen. Starting a remark, please allow me to deliver sesanti ayang ngayu bagia, puja pengasuti, ini sang yang widiwasa, in the presence of good limited, because of this place we can attend and meet in a good head and spirit, talking part in this important agenda, the second international seminar on fish fisheries sciences. Dearly and welcome you all to Bali, Indonesia, and to thank you for all the effort you have dedicated the advanced marine and fisheries sector. Ladies and gentlemen, it was acknowledged as our ocean has abundance of this marine life and ecosystem, complex natural fauna, habits for a wide variety of species, and has important role in influencing global climate. However, big challenge has faced in maintaining this as sustainability, climate change, pollution, overfishing, coral reef, destructive fishing, just a few of numerous problems we must solve it together. Talking about blue economy concept as the theme of this seminar, marine affairs and fisheries sector has significantly contribution to this economy dynamic in Indonesia in general, and Bali in particular, especially after the pandemic COVID-19 hit. Fisheries subsector was the only sector in Bali that recovery positive growth by 19% in 2020. Erodization. Indonesia as the largest archipelagic country in the world, which has an ocean area, a two-thirds of the land area. In Indonesia, the match is marine research and the economic transformation and diversification. In order to say the economic structure to marine economy, or what we call a sustainability blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, IBIS is the right forum to listen interesting presentation for the expect in the lab of marine science and fisheries based of their research result. The will and the space to be research, including biodiversity and conservation, biotechnology, fish disease, fisheries management, marine ecosystem, and marine more high quality research and innovation integration need in the future to expect way of better understanding the challenges in the sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, IBIS is your forum for driving the change, include if valid by the depth knowledge, expectation, and commitment of the participant. In all of the world global sustainability of our listed, you research and innovation give strategies, recommendation, and directive of the contribution of sustainable marine and fisheries in the squad. Finally, I wish you all the best in your discussion, deliberate, and being mark our the agenda. I hope that the seminar you in the storing partnership to expand marine science and fisheries. Let's work together toward a more sustainability future and holding hand in protecting our precious break that ocean give us. On behalf of the community and profession governor in Bali, I congratulate you of attending this seminar. I hope this activity can really be as useful and expert. Thank you. Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Governor of Bali, Iwayan Koster.
Thank you very much, Bapak Putu Sumardiana. Please kindly remain on the stage. Bapak Putu, mohon berkenan tetap di atas panggung. And we would like to invite Rektor Udayana University, Chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society, Head of Research Center for Applied Zoology National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic of Indonesia, and also the Chairman of Organizing Committee to come to the stage to officially open the seminar. Well, Excellency Bapak Putu Sumardiana, please strike the Balinese gong as the symbol of the seminar officially open. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the second international seminar on fish and fishery sciences is officially opened. Thank you very much, Excellencies. And once again, please kindly remain on the stage because we will continue the agenda with celebration of the anniversary of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society. And we kindly invite the Dean of Marine Science and Fisheries Udayana University and also the Acting Director of Postgraduate Program Udayana University to come to the stage. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very special day because today is the 23rd anniversary of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society. And now, please kindly Chairman of the Indonesian Ethology Society, Professor Krismono, to lead the celebration by cutting the tumpeng or rice corn and symbolically handing the tumpeng to Excellency Head of Marine and Fisheries Agency of Bali Province. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause as we celebrate the 23rd anniversary of the Indonesian Ethology Society. Well, thank you very much, Excellencies, and you are welcome to take a position for photo session. And now I would like to invite Excellency Bapak Insinyur Putu Sumardiana MP, Profesor Antara, Profesor Krismono, Ibu Dr. Evi Ayu Arida, Profesor Nuarse, Profesor Budiase, and also Ibu Dati Pertami to take a position in front of the stage for take a picture with all VIP guests, High Chief position of Udayana University, and also all participants. I'm now kindly request for all participants, ladies and gentlemen, who are attending this seminar in this main room to stand up, and also online participants to make sure to turn on the video stream as we are now going to have a photo session. Thank you very much, Excellency. Distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, you may now take your seat. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for the opening ceremony of the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences 2023. Well, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening ceremony of the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences ISFFS 2023. And now we are entering the first session of the seminar, that is to hear the keynote speech which will be delivered by Head of Research Center for Applied Zoology, National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic of Indonesia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Renat Evi Ayu Arida, MSc.
Ada foto saya di sana ya. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Dear participants, I'm not going to give a speech, and actually I'm very surprised that today is the international seminar, so I forget to switch language sometimes. Okay, I would like to remove the microphone as to be able to adjust my voice. Can you hear me well? Thank you for responding. Thank you very much. So today I would like to all right, so I have a PowerPoint presentations that I would like to, thank you very much. All right. So my name is Evi Arida. I'm currently the head of Research Center for Applied Zoology of the National Research and Innovation Agency, or for short, it's BRIN. The talk that I'm giving today is about conservation biology and sustainable fisheries. So we probably dream, all of us Indonesians and ichthyologists, that we aim for an integrated framework for managing fish diversity. Just to give you a background of my research career, I'm a herpetologist. I study reptiles and amphibians before I joined the administration at BRIN. So a few years ago, before the pandemic, I was here doing similar speeches and seminars with the herpetologists, so amphibians, reptiles, that's what we are talking about during the 3-day sessions at Udayana University. So this is the second time I'm here at the university, but I'm talking about fish. So in the second slide, I'm showing a variety of fish. I don't know much about fish, but I like fish to eat. That's great. Who doesn't like fish? You know, especially fresh, grilled fish. You eat it on the beach with your friends and colleagues. That's wonderful. But today, we're talking about conservation biology and what can it do for sustainable fisheries, because we want to always eat fish. So there's a high number of animal species in Indonesia, as we know, and these are valuable resources to continue Indonesia's economic development. In short, we want to always eat fish, fresh fish in Indonesia. This means that fish is also national assets to maintain in long term. Through conservation biology and its 3 aspects: first, population assessment, habitat protection, as well as harvest management, they can contribute to sustainable fisheries. So we want to maintain productivity. On the other hand, we also want to maintain diversity of fishes in Indonesia. So knowledge on ecological dynamics of marine as well as freshwater systems is beneficial to develop effective conservation strategies. So remember the goal, we always want to eat fresh fish in Indonesia, and also to feed the rest of the world with this nutritious food. To be able to maintain productivity and diversity, we need scientific knowledge on fish and fisheries. Therefore, at the end of this long process of scientific knowledge, we aim to be able to build an integrated population and habitat management. Not only the population that we manage, but also the fish habitat to maintain its sustainability. Right, so in the next slide, I'm showing you high diversity of animal species in Indonesia, not only fish. We have mammals, we have birds, we have reptiles, my favorite. We have amphibians and we have also plants. All of them are in the top 10 rank of Indonesia's resource or assets. We know that Indonesia has the second highest diversity of fish. This is because, for sure, Indonesia has one of the largest coastline, 4 times larger than its land area. So when people come to Indonesia or people hear about Indonesia, they imagine we eat fish and we swim on the ocean. But these two things are probably not what we do in a daily basis. The question is why? Why don't we eat fish or run fish from the rivers, from the wetlands, from the ocean? And not so much of us are sea swimmers. These are two things that we need to consider. Why don't we love our ocean, our inland habitats, as we live in this vast archipelagic country? Just giving you, probably most of you here, ichthyologists, you know more about fish than myself as a herpetologist, but I have learned that there are at least three groups of fish, not taxonomically, but in terms of what we have in Indonesia as a country. Some of our fish here are native fish. For example, the arwana, the belida, the tor, the baung. They are native fish of Indonesia. But we also have here guests, we call them guests probably. They are introduced from different continents, such as the Nile perch and other species. More interestingly, we have also those guests, those fish who came to Indonesia, settle down in Indonesia, and compete with our native species. These are what we call as invasive alien species. So the establishment of populations beyond their natural ecological function, can they damage our ecosystem and economy? That's a big question for us. In the next slide, we'll see an overview where these fish live in diverse habitats in Indonesia. The first is the marine habitat. Under integrated management of habitat and population, is that happening right now for Indonesian fish population in our oceans? The same question is to the freshwater fishes. Is there any integrated management of habitat and population so we can ensure sustainability of production and also diversity? Have we done stock assessment for capture and aquaculture? Which one is higher of productivity? Is that capture or is it aquaculture? We'll see in the next slides. Last but not least, in terms of habitat, the wetlands. There are fishes there who might be or who can be indicator of healthy ecosystem. Once the fishes are there, the diversity is maintained, we know that the habitat is healthy. So fishes are very important in our life. Some of us avoid to eat fish because they love fish so much. They think that fish are to be in the ocean or in the wetlands or maybe in the aquarium, but they don't eat fish. Some of us like to eat fish, like myself. Every day without fish, I'm not as bright as today. So thank you, fish. I'm standing up here, giving your nutrition and vitamins so I can see all of the ichthyologists in Indonesia, especially the young generations there with their blue jackets. So how do we catch fish? You know, how the fishermen catch fish? Even I have fishermen friends. So today it's all about fish. There are two types of practices that I know. Probably you guys know more about fisheries practices. since you guys are studying fish, especially Pak Dosen dan Ibu Dosen dan para peneliti senior. So two types of fisheries practice. One is capture, second is aquaculture. And in the next slide, I'll show you some facts about aquaculture and captures. The source is from FAO in the last year, 2022. It's the World Fisheries and Aquaculture Production. Which one is more productive, or is there more capture, or is it more aquaculture? It looks like that in the world there are more people raising fish to be consumed, for example, for their daily use, and probably a small amount of them for pets. The next slide is about the, yes, thank you. So there are more fish production in the realm of aquaculture. So raising fish is more in the statistics here than fish capture, both inland and marine sources. Now, in the next slide, I'm going to show you the trends in global fisheries capture. In terms of capture, it seems that there are more fish captured from the sea than from inland sources. In fact, Indonesia is the second largest producer of marine captures, and also the sixth largest producer of inland captures. So 8% and 4% of the captures resulted from Indonesian waters. But where do these fish go? Do they go on our plates? Do they go overseas? So let's take a look at the next slide. There we can see the contribution of aquatic foods to animal protein supply per capita. This data was old. It is from the 2017, 2019, just before the pandemic. So we see in the red square there that Indonesia has, deep blue shade. This means that it contributes more than 10 gram per day of animal protein in terms of fish. So there are lots of captures, a lot of aquacultures in Indonesia, and Indonesia contribute significantly to animal protein supply. But the question is, this contribution is for the world. How about for the national nutrition? Do we have enough fish to eat? Do we have enough benefits from fish that we produce in Indonesia? That's one thing probably to consider, that so much of our production is for the world, but we may forget our children, our young children, our young generations, to be able to maintain their productivity in terms of probably academic productivity by more having more protein intake from fish. Right, this is a slide which I'm not very familiar. The next slide is about fish population resilience and also resilience of management of fisheries. This is the theme of the second international seminar on fish and fishery sciences. This is I gained last night, so just landed from Ngurah Rai, heading from Ngurah Rai. I remember that the theme of the seminar is about resilience. Resilience in the fish, the animal itself has to be resilient in the era of climate change and disturbance. As well as the management of fisheries, it has to be resilient. And all of us as people, especially us at BRIN, BRIN is only about 2 years now, so we have a new institution. So much of the bureaucracy, so much of the administration is not quite yet settled. So resilience is probably has to be implanted in our brain, in our heart, every day in our life. So this, we learn probably from the fish, you know. Despite of disturbance, despite of exposure to uncertainties, we need to be resilient. What does it mean to be resilient? We see that the orange line there showing a resilient fish, and the blue line there showing less resilient fish. Which one is to choose in terms of uncertainties and disturbance? So for myself, I would like to be able to be resilient as the orange fish, meaning that growth is stable. Whatever circumstances around you, whatever disturbances and uncertainties, you keep growing steadily and stable. So learn from the fish. This is an idea from the paper by Cuilleret in 2022. They suggest ecological and economic resilience through 3 R's of resilience. This is their logo, their motto: resistance, recovery, and robustness. Resistance here means, you know, ability to overcome shocks and uncertainties. Recovery means how much time do we need to be able to bounce back to viable, safe states, you know, to be able to maintain stability. And last is robustness or reliability, the probability that we can survive, you know, that fish can survive, that fisheries can survive in terms of productivity and maintaining diversity. So in the next probably 7-8 slides, I would like to introduce you a little bit about BRIN. Some of you probably know about BRIN. Prof. Krismono knows about BRIN for more than 1 year. But we still need resilience to live in BRIN. So BRIN is among us with the ultimate goal to improve Indonesian researchers' capacity and competence. So we've been so much doing research for the last, let's say, 70 years since our independence, but it's still a rare occasion to find capacity and competence even among what is considered as highest academic life in Indonesia. So BRIN is here to be able to make an engagement with the globally. How to be able to engage in globally, we need collaboration, we need strong infrastructure, we need support for researchers to be able to do mobility, and we need a stable funding scheme. So there are 4 points that BRIN is here with us. That's to enhance capacity on competences in research, as I previously said. This is also for young talents. After graduating from the Faculty of Marine and Fisheries, what are you going to do? Are you going to be a film star? Are you going to be a fisherman? Are you going to be the next Minister of Fisheries? Who knows? BRIN is also here to support global engagement and collaboration, once again. And BRIN is not here to be the only research agency. Instead, it is a government enabler and facilitator for local business players to conduct research and development based product with very low investment. So BRIN is the machine that productivity, that science is working in Indonesia. So some of you who are not very familiar with BRIN, in the next slide I'll show you the organization structure. So it is directly under the president. So I don't have a pointer. Yeah, you can see in my slide that the head or the chairman of BRIN is directly under the president, and then there are seven deputies to work with policy and infrastructures. There's also BRIDA, or Badan Riset dan Inovasi Daerah. So it is already in 34 provinces in Indonesia. And on the right side of the slide, there are 12 sections, and they are called as organisasi riset or institutes. I and Prof. Krismono belong to two different organisasi riset. My research center, applied zoology, is in the life and environmental sciences, so Hayati dan Lingkungan. Prof. Krismono ada di OR Kebumian dan Maritim. So two of the BRIN participants are here. So if we take a closer look at the business process in the next slide, so we see that the green one, next slide please. The next slide please, yes. So in the middle there's the OR and PR. OR, Organisasi Riset, PR, Pusat Riset, so the research center. So I and Prof. Krismono belong to this green square. The deputies are supporters. They support us to maintain our research activities. So in the next slide, I'll show you the names of the research organization so that you are familiar with. Once you need some contacts or some ideas about research, you can see from the title of our research organization, and you might contact us directly at the BRIN website. The next slide is showing the names of 12 research organizations. So that's very clear here that there is probably it's clear enough. It's in Bahasa Indonesia so that you guys can actually understand better. So Kebumian dan Maritim, Hayati dan Lingkungan, Kesehatan, bahkan Arkeologi, Bahasa, Sastra, Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial, Nuclear Power, and then Energy and Manufacture, and the rest of the research organization. Even research on space and rockets are at BRIN right now. The next slide, I'm going to show you a little bit about my research center. Currently, I'm appointed as a head of research center for applied zoology, and we study 4 clusters of research topics. The first cluster is on animal. We study the animal itself, whether it's fish, whether it's worms, whether it's elephants, anything animal. We study animal at the research center. So the research center is actually not only studying the animal, but also animal welfare. So to give welfare to the animals, we need to understand their nutrition, their diets. We need their interaction. We need to get knowledge about their population, how they interact with each other, how they interact with human being, and how their interaction is messed up by virus, for example. The last cluster is reproduction. Animal welfare is only gained when the animal can reproduce, whether their reproduction is for the benefits of human being or for the benefits of their own generation, so they'll be able to persist on Earth without extinction. So I guess how BRIN can contribute to the sustainable fish and fisheries. In the next slide, the next slide, please. The next slide. I'm showing you the research and innovation ecosystem. So BRIN is about 70% of human resources, 20% of infrastructure, the labs, those that you use to do research, and only 10% of budget. So BRIN is in the middle, but we work closely with industries, small and big industries, the rest of the societies and the global network, and last but not least, academics, including students at higher education. This is probably my last slide. So where's the roles that BRIN is taking in terms of blue economy? So given this research and innovation ecosystem, we propose 4 things in using sustainably blue resources, resources from the sea. So first is by improving data collection and monitoring system. How can we know our stock and how can we sustainably use our resource without data collection, without improved data collection and monitoring system? These 2 things are key important roles in the blue economy from BRIN's point of view. That's in the next slide. And then secondly, we need to strengthen capacity of stakeholders' planning and management of fisheries, probably those in ministries and those in the field, in the ocean. Capacity of planning and management of fisheries. So that's about stock assessment. And the third is that BRIN provides research and innovation for adaptive management. This is once again, it's about collaboration with many various stakeholders in Indonesia and beyond. Last thing that we propose is we need to engage stakeholders in two-way communication. So apparently there still seems to be a gap between science and practice. The science is there, the practice is somewhere else. So if science and practice do not connect, it's almost impossible to be able to manage sustainably our resources. I guess that's the last slide that I'm presenting today. So hopefully there will be discussion, committee, there will be discussion, and I will be more than happy to be able to answer any questions or to hear some suggestions from all of you. So I thank you with this beautiful scenery in my last slide. I think it's probably taken in South Sulawesi. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry to inform you that there is no discussion time for this session. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Ernat Evi Ayu Arida, for the keynote speech. Please give big round of applause once again for Dr. Evi Ayu Arida. We would like to ask you to remain on the stage, Dr. Evi. Because our organizing committee, we would like to present token of appreciation. Kindly be invited, Chairman of the Indonesian Ichthyology Society, Professor Chris Mono, the Dean of Marine and Fisheries Udayana University, Professor Nuarsa, and also Chairman of Organizing Committee, Ibu Dr. Nyoman Dati Pertami, to present the tokens to our keynote speaker. And now please kindly take your position for taking the pictures. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Evi Ayu Arida, Professor Chris Mono, Profesor Nuarsa dan Ibu Dr. Dati Pertami, you may take your seat. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for Dr. Rernat Evi Ayu Arida. There is a important message that I really remember from Dr. Evi, that if we want to be healthy and shine brighter like a diamond as well, we have to eat fish every day. Okay. Well, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, the next session, the second session, will be a parallel session 1, which will be provided on the second floor of this building. And after the parallel session 1, we would like to invite you to enjoy the lunch, which will be provided in front of this main room. And after lunch, we will start again the parallel session 2 on the second floor of this building. And I'm kindly invited online participant to be on our breakout room to join the parallel session. And our last agenda today is panel discussion, which will be provided in this main room. So after parallel session 2, please kindly back to this main room to continue our today's last agenda. Once again, thank you very much for the keynote speech, Dr. Rernat Evi Ayu Arida. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the parallel session 1. Once again, I'm kindly inform you that the parallel session 1 will be provided on the second floor of this building. Ya, sekali lagi untuk partisipan offline, ya persilakan menuju ke lantai 2 gedung ini untuk mengikuti sesi paralel. And I'm kindly invite online participants to be on our breakout room to join the parallel session.
training process lasts 8 to 10 hours. The laying egg, the male plays in the water between the same export. So this can find the stone in the behind the stone. So that after spending his program, the female what uh, in the in the mustard to take off the again. This current condition of internal and external challenge
Speaker, zero until.
At a glance, this slide showing about
Well, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences ISFFS 2023. We are now entering the last session of today's seminar, that is the panel session, where we will hear from two panelists who are expert in their respective fields. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Bapak Dr. Pande Gede Sasmita Juliantoro. He is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Marine Sciences and Fisheries Udayana University. His last education is PhD in Applied Biology or Aquaculture from Ghent University, Belgium. Allow me now to invite our moderator, Bapak Dr. Pande Gede Sasmita Juliantoro.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the opportunity to chair this session. So, good afternoon, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speaker and participant for this second international seminar of fish and fisheries science, the ISFFS in Udayana University, Bali. So today we have two speakers in this session. The first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Huda. So he is the associate professor in the Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture, University Malaysia, Sabah, and he got his PhD in the Faculty of Science and Technology, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, Malaysia. So in this session, he will present the presentation about the marine food toxicology. And the second speakers will be Professor Harry Palm. He is a professor at the Faculty of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, Aquaculture and Sea Ranching, University of Rostock, Germany. He's got his PhD at Christian Albrecht University, Kiel, Germany, and is expert in evolutionary biology, parasitology, and taxonomy. So in this session, the presentation will allocated time about 25 minutes for each speakers, and then after all speakers present their presentation, we will continue to the panel discussion for 15 minutes. So, let's move to the first presentation from Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Huda. Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pande. So is the mute?
Yes.
So good afternoon, Dr. Pande.
Yes, please, Doctor. You have 20 minutes for presentation, and then after the second presenter, we will have panel discussion. Please, your time for Dr. Nurul Huda, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandey, and also thank you to the organizing committee of the International Second International Seminar on Fish and Fisheries Science for the opportunity given to share some of my idea related with the marine food toxicology and its contribution to the sustainable blue economy. So let me introduce myself. As mentioned by Dr. Pandey, my name is Dr. Noruda. Currently, I'm working as a lecturer, associate professor in the Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture, University Malaysia, Sabah. So can I share my slide, Dr. Pandey?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me share my slide. I hope I can finish the presentation within 25 minutes. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes. Yes, perfect.
Okay,
Please,
okay.
Doctor.
Actually, it's a look like a mini review, and then I will give some idea and insight to all of how this kind of knowledge on the marine food technology will contribute for the sustainable blue economy. Because as we know, as a biologist, I think we have more than 2,000 fish species available in our water. But so far, maybe only 200 that really familiar for our human consumption, meaning more than 80% is considered as question mark whether we can use all of this fish species actually which belong to the marine fish species as our source of protein for our need. Then we need to come with more knowledge, especially for the toxicology aspect of the marine food of the marine fish. So let me introduce myself again. I'm come from the University Malaysia Sabah. University Malaysia Sabah is located in the north part of the Borneo Island. So we can see three campus. So one campus is main campus in Kota Kinabalu. So my campus is belong to the Sandakan campus, a direction to the Philippines, and the center place is main campus, dedicated for only for Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture. So it's very nice campus. So I welcome to the participant, maybe after the presentation, to set up some networking with my faculty for the future research collaboration or any academic collaboration. So maybe because we just limited time, only 20 minutes, if you have any question after my presentation, please feel free to contact me in my email or my WhatsApp. So until I mentioned to my current university faculty is Faculty of Sustainable Agriculture, but actually my field is more on the fish processing, or especially related with the seafood processing. But I just I try to contribute something more wide in the area of the sustainable agriculture. So actually, the contribution of the aquaculture and fishes capture is quite equal in order to provide amount of the fish product for the human consumption. But for the next decade, maybe the contribution of aquaculture is more significant compared to contribution from the wild capture. But all of whether from the aquaculture or from the wild capture is related with a different fish species. As I mentioned previously, actually we knowledge on the fish species only limited around 2,000 fish species available, but mainly our knowledge is only limited for the 200 and maybe 250 fish species that are really familiar for human consumption. Meaning there are more knowledge we need to understand the characteristic of each species, whether it's suitable for human consumption or not. So I just refer to my some of the my newspaper publication related with the some aspect of the marine toxicology 20 to 25 years ago. So I try to explore because our knowledge on the marine toxicology is quite limited, especially for the fish species that may be not suitable for human consumption. that maybe it's come to with the term of the information, meaning consider we need to understand different species come with different characteristics, and maybe some species may be not suitable for human consumption, whether because they naturally the toxic is there in the for the natural form, or maybe during the post-harvest they convert some of the compounds that consider is safe for human consumption, but meaning but because of the some of the microbe is converted to become a toxic substance that later on we will discuss in more details one. So actually for the area of the marine port positioning, we need to discuss the six main idea. One is belong to the scombroid fish positioning. Second one belong to pterodoxin. Third one belong to gam toxin, and then followed by Chiguatera fish poisoning, shellfish poisoning, and Fisheria. So first three fish poisoning is related with the natural toxins that already available in the marine species. But the last three, the Chiguatera fish poisoning, shellfish poisoning, and Fisheria is related with the algae blooming, which come from the aquaculture activity that maybe will affect for the especially for the growth of the algae, and then because the algae is growth without any control, and then some of the dinoflagellata with conscious toxin fit by the different fish species, and at the end will affect to the human consumption. So the scombroid fish poisoning is commonly we know as a histamine poisoning. Currently, is a most popular term for the scombroid fish poisoning. It belongs to the histamine poisoning. So this histamine poisoning come from the activity of the microbe that convert histidine to become histamine. Marine product, marine fish species is very rich with histidine. But because of the due to the mishandling and not proper handling of some of the marine fish species which belong to the scombroid family, this kind of histidine is converted to histamine. And once the histamine there, we cannot destroy this kind of the substance. This histamine they give some toxin effect for humankind is we consume with the over the limit. Some of the effect of the histamine poisoning for the human health is a burning sensation, drop in the blood pressure, itching, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Especially for this kind of scombroid fish poisoning related with histamine is more significant for the fermented fish product. So some of the bacteria related with the formation of the histamine is belong to Macronella morgani, Klebsiella, Clostridium, Citrobacter, and Pseudomonas. Then again, as mentioned, this kind of the histamine is directly related with the mishandling of the fish as a result of the storage in incorrect temperature. So the fish actually safe for human consumption. We can consume this kind of the fish species, but due to the mishandling after we capture the fish from the marine, and the microbe that contaminate the fish convert that histidine that are available in the protein to become histamine. Then histamine is belong to the toxin for our human body, and then will make the product is not suitable for human consumption. Meaning, if the histamine is there, we will lost some economic value of the fish because we cannot consume the fish anymore. If we consume the fish with higher content histamine, will be effect to the human health of the customer. So the enzyme that is responsible for the conversion of the histidine to histamine is belong to histidine decarboxylase. Is the what the enzyme that is responsible for the conversion of histidine. As I mentioned, histidine is a normal amino acid that available in the fish in some of the animal product is a common histidine that common amino acids that are available in food product. But once the histidine is converted to histamine, and then will make a problem for the product. The histamine we cannot consume anymore. That for the food, any food, especially for the marine fish that already contain high concentration of the histamine. And then so far no any method available to destroy this kind of histamine. One histamine is there, we cannot eliminate, we cannot destroy, we cannot reduce. The histamine is considered will exist in the product. So the same way to deal with the product with high histamine, don't just throw out because there is no any procedure available to reduce the histamine that already exists in the fish product. Meaning, if the histamine there, we will lose money. Meaning because we cannot consume anymore that food that marine fish that are already contaminated with the higher concentration of the histamine. So normally the fish species, the marine fish species normally related with the histamine positioning is belong to the mackerel, bluefish, bonito, tuna, mai, sardine, and also anchovy. As mentioned, the original form from the histamine is belong to the histidine. Histidine is just the normal amino acid with convert to histamine. And then if we consume the product with higher concentration of them will be effect to our human health, especially related with the allergy due to the high concentration of the histamine. The strict control of the cold chain is essential during the post-harvest or the marine product in order to prevent the formation of the histamine. Because as I mentioned, the histamine is belong to the activity of the microbe. If we apply the proper procedure during the post-harvest of the marine product, meaning we will able to reduce the formation of the histamine. Meaning for the activity related with the fish capture, we need to make sure that during all the process, we will able to provide low temperature during all of the process in order to control, to reduce the formation of the histamine due to the activity of some bacteria with related with the conversion of histidine to become histamine. So the level, different countries, they put a different level for the histamine. For the histamine, for some country, US FDA put a set maximum level of histamine at 50 to 100 milligram per kilogram. Meaning, if we export the product to the foreign countries, to the target, we need to understand the regulation. Some of the country maybe the more strict, as mentioned, US they put the maximum level of the histamine is 50. But the EU set the maximum level is 100 milligram per kilogram. So meaning we need to understand before any producer want to export the fish product to different countries, they need to understand the regulation set up by the target market country for the histamine content. If they send the product with higher concentration of the histamine, meaning the product cannot enter the market in the target country. So the fish, as mentioned, the histamine level is depend to is influent to the unproper storage of the product. There are some there are report from the journal, the histamine level concentration will higher, will increase during the storage. As mentioned in beginning, let's say for morning, the normally the histamine content is still lower, but at afternoon, due to the activity or the microbes that are they convert the histidine to become histamine, the concentration of the histamine is much higher. So depend. So if the process time is the afternoon, 2 p.m., 3 p.m., the histamine content is already quite high. But in the morning, the histamine content is still low because the number of the conversion of the histidine to histamine is not there. But after some time, after maybe 3 to 4 to 6 hours, the number of the histidine to convert to histamine is already significant. So why normally in the traditional market, if the people buy the fish in the traditional market, they need to consider if they buy some fish at the traditional market at the afternoon, maybe the level of histamine is quite high at the time. Compare that if they buy the fish product at the early morning. So there are more, a lot of some report also, the histamine content is also quite high in traditional product because normally for the traditional product, they not really pay attention to control the temperature during the preparation of the product. So as mentioned, normally for the traditional product, they're facing problem with high concentration of the histamine. It's not only happen in Philippine market, but also happen in anywhere. As long if they not really conduct a proper attention to make sure that they apply temperature control during the preparation of the product, we will be facing with the high concentration of the histamine in the product. So there are more reports also related with the histamine amount of the histamine in product, and then some of the as mentioned so far there is no method that really work to reduce to eliminate that histamine that already exists in the product. The histamine will be there forever. There is no proper or available method that we can use to destroy that histamine that are the formed by the activity on the microbe. So at the same time, the number of the histamine will be increased during the fermentation. They are trying to control the formation of the histamine during the fermentation, but still not really successful in order to reduce the amount of the histamine during the fermentation. So the next issue related with the marine toxicity is the issue related about the toxin from the puffer fish, which also known as fugu, or swell fish, or global fish, or balloon fish, or this kind of the fish is not available in the marine fish, but also available in the fresh water fish. And then this kind of fish also important for our knowledge because this kind of the puffer fish, maybe they can provide some amount of the protein for human consumption, but due to the toxin that exists in this body fish, we need to find the proper way to use this kind of the fish for the human consumption. So there are some report, there are a number of report that exist about the effect of the direct consumption of the puffer fish. If the people don't know the effect, the risk of the consumption of the fish, and then maybe more people will suffer, more victims will exist due to the consumption this kind of the puffer fish. So Actually, the tetrodotoxin is one of the most toxic poison found in the nature. And then some of the characteristics of the consumption of this tetrodotoxin, such as headache, nausea, diarrhea, and then maybe end with death. Maybe consider the effect is very, very significant if people consume this kind of the fish directly without any knowledge about the toxin that maybe exist in the body of this kind of the puffer fish species. So far, no antidote has been identified for the tetrodotoxin. Yeah? And the number of the people that already become a victim for the consumption of the puffer fish, especially for the country with rich with this kind of this fish. So actually, according to some of the report, actually in Japan, there are more around 20 to 100 deaths from the fugu poisoning is happen in Japan each year. It's considered for the consumption of the puffer fish. And then, because due to this, the high number of the victim from the consumption of the fugu fish, this Japanese already make some regulation to impose for the to control the consumption of the fugu fish for in the restaurant in Japan. So actually, the number of the population is not only available in the marine fish, but also available in the freshwater fish. Number of fish species related with the puffin is more than 120 species, but only 20 or 30 of the fish that normally eaten in Japan. So in Malaysia, there are one of the fish that also considered as a puffer fish, but they call it yellow puffer fish, normally used for the preparation of the traditional food from the Sarawak people. So as mentioned, the number of the fish, more than 120 fish species is belong to the puffer, but only 22 species that allow for the fish consumption in Japan only. So as mentioned, they can kill the toxin from the available insecticide is very, very strong, and then can kill people. So there are
Excuse me,
number
doctor.
of the
3 minutes left.
Okay,
3 minutes left.
sorry. Then now, okay. Okay. And next, maybe the tetrodotoxin just passed one. Okay, the campylobacter actually is depend to the fish species which belong to the scholar fish. So I think the most important thing is related with the Chiguatera fish questionnaire. Chiguatera fish questionnaire which belong to the toxic from Dino flagellata. This one belong to the blooming of the algae, because once due to the activity of aquaculture will make the nitrogen and the phosphorus rich in the environment, and then this kind of the nitrogen of the phosphorus will related with the blooming of the algae, and some algae, especially dinoflagellate, contain some toxin, and then if the toxin is feed by the fish species, and then the fish species will become toxin for human consumption. So one is a aspect belong to the blooming of the algae is belong to Chichiguatera fish poisoning. So a lot number of the fish species related with Chichiguatera fish poisoning. And then just the effect, Chichiguatera fish poisoning normally is concentrated in the fish liver, intestine, heat, and zero of the fish species. So besides the Chichiguatera fish poisoning, the blooming also related with the cell fish poisoning. Normally it belong to different dinoflagellata due to the high nitrogen and the phosphorus in the marine water. I think the poisoning is there four types of the cell-fish poisoning belong to the paralytic cell-fish poisoning, neurotoxic, diarrheal poisoning, amnestic poisoning, and aspartic poisoning. I think all of this positioning is related with the blooming of the algae from the agricultural activity. And this one considered is red tide, so we consider the excess nutrient with related with the blooming of the algae, where the nitrogen and phosphorus in the water come to upload, and then will make the more CO2 in the atmosphere, and then algae will got uncontrolled. Meaning if the algae contains some toxin and then will influence to the fish that are available in around the area. As mentioned, take the example at PSP, paralytic surface functioning is belong to the rock bear toxin when the if the fish consume the dinoflagellata from the genera Alexandrium, Gymnodium, and Floridium, then the fish that consume this kind of the will become high level of the PSP. So depend to the dinoflagellata that got during the blooming. If that dinoflagellata is belong to the different is belong to the Carenia brevis, will belong it will affect to the neurotoxin surface positioning that normally due to the uncontrolled growth of dinoflagellata which belong to the Carenia brevis. So there's if the algae that got during the blooming is belong to the species, is considered is we call as a diarrhea surface positioning. So depend to the algae got during the blooming process. It belong to the diatom, is again it will be related with the amnestic surface positioning. So, so maybe for if the nanoglata is belong to the protopodium species related with the other basic cell spinning. So meaning in this depend to the type of algae that are available during the blooming, and then different algae will contain different toxin will be effect for the human from the fish species. The algae will belong to the Mycostolosus. So this kind of aspiratic selfish positioning that also will cause them for human health. If we consume that marine product that consist this kind of the aspiratic selfish positioning. Fisheries also one is a issue that we need to highlight for the in terms for the marine food toxicology, because this kind of the toxic fisheries is produced from the Fisheria Pisidia and maybe from the some of the fish species. Maybe it's not significant yet in our in Indonesia and also in country, because normally this kind of fisheries normally related with the Gulf of Mexico, not in some of the area, including Florida and also in Europe. So there are some symptoms from the consumption of the fish species that are contaminated with this kind of the toxin. Some that makes the liver problem, nausea, short-term memory loss, and there are also some skin lesion in some of the effect to the human health. As a conclusion, the increase of the aquaculture production, including from the marine aquaculture activity and seafood production, we need to aware in order to provide sufficient amount of the fish for human consumption. And then some of the marine cuisine consists of natural toxin, is very dangerous to the customer. And then mishandling is of the marine cuisine can result a loss of the quality and contribution of the non-toxin substance to the toxin substance, as mentioned, from the histidine to become histamine. And blooming or algal production due to the uncontrol of the using of the fertilizer with rich in nitrogen and phosphorus will also will affect to the quality of the water, and then will affect to the growth of the dinoflagellata, okay, which may produce a toxin, and then the toxin will consumed by the marine fish, and in the end will make the product is not suitable for for the human consumption anymore. So is a then or if the fish already contaminated with some toxin from the algae, then will affect to the sustainable blue economy from the fisheries product. I think it's all my presentation, Dr. Sorry for Dr. Pandey. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nurul Huda, for your excellent presentation. Maybe because too much to present and then we have limited time, so maybe we will have discussion in the panel discussion session. So please stay. We will move to Professor Hari Palm. Good afternoon in Bali time, Professor Hari. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect, Professor Hari.
Oh.
So,
I will try
Professor
to share
Hari.
my screen.
Yes, please. So, Professor Hari will present the title of Fish Parasite as Biological Indicators in Aquaculture and Fisheries Science. Please, you have 20 minutes for presentation, Professor. Please.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, already come up in the slides.
Wait. I just have to find. Well, okay, I don't know which screen now is on, but I hope you can read everything. So Pandey, thank you very much for introducing myself, and actually it's a kind of a very interesting time for me. I started about 25 years ago now to work on fish parasites in Indonesia. So I started at IPB Bogor in 1998. And this presentation will show you a little bit where we are, what we know, and that I think now we can say that our methods and what we know now about fish parasites is enough to to also support now management of fish and fisheries in Indonesian waters. You don't see now. Wait a minute. Yes, now it's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I will talk about in the next 20 minutes about is what we know, how we can use fish parasites as biological indicators, so how can they tell us something about your environment, the aquaculture systems, and also how they are useful for stock assessment and for fishery science purposes. So fish parasites, you know, when I'm in Indonesia, you're always asking me why we are so interested in that topic. And the reason is really that fish parasites are omnipresent in any marine ecosystem. And as you can see now on this slide here, actually a fish parasite is traveling all through the marine food web. And especially if they are low host specific, you can find them in fish, invertebrates, in the mammals, and finally also they can become transferred into the consumers. So even us as humans can get fish parasites through our food and get problems with digestion, stomach ache, and things like that. So just to show you how this functions, this is an example from the North Sea, where you can see a time series of a fish parasite, which is normally living in seals. You can see it's a marine mammal. And in the same region, if you are catching a fish that is infected with the larvae of this same fish parasites, you can see with a kind of a lag behind, if the population of the seal is increasing, the number of parasites of in the fish is increasing. And then we had a big disease outbreak in the seal, so the numbers were dropping drastically, and you can see that the number of fish parasites is also dropping significantly in the years to come. So you can see that a fish parasite is telling something about what is happening in the environment. So if I go now back to Indonesia, what is known about Indonesia? I think this shows you a very nice illustration about research in your country. So it started actually in 1840 already with the first fish parasites described in your country. And then we had a Japanese researchers in the 1950s to 1960 who was working in Sulawesi. And then in about 1970, 70 and 1980, a lot of research was carried out on anisakid nematodes. These are nematodes that are transferable to humans, so you can get a disease, a zoonotic disease we call it. And actually I started exactly 25 years ago with the first study in Bogor, and with the first new species description from Pelabuhan Ratu. Yeah, and in 2013 we had a very nice, 10 years ago, a very nice workshop on fish parasites in Bali. But the problem is there are many, many species. You have about 3,000 fish species in Indonesian waters, and you can say there must be around 10, 12, 15,000 different parasite species in your water. That makes it very difficult really to work with them. And as you can see here in blue and green, we have two different kind of parasite groups. The one group, they have a direct life cycle, so they are transferred from fish to fish, and the green ones, they are transferred through the marine food web. And both these groups of parasites are reacting different on environmental changes caused by aquaculture or environmental changes caused by human anthropogenic pollution. So we have these two different groups, and if you on the right side you can see a table, you cannot read anything, but you can see there are markings about abundances of fish parasites in different fish hosts in one region, and you can see it's a big list with many, many different species. And how do you know now which parasite can tell you the real truth about the situation in the environment? So this is why we are working since 25 years in your country, and hopefully can continue also in the next years. So the first thing what we have done, we worked in Indonesia on anisakids to finish up and also to wrap up that what your researchers started in the 1980s, and ended up with a very nice publication on anisakis. So now we can say the Indonesian archipelago is one of the best known regions in terms of the distribution of anisakis in your teleosts. So we have a very good background about the disease potential of this parasite, fish parasite in your region. So we can also support fisheries and aquaculture science in that context. The second big step what we did was in 2019, there was a PhD thesis published here at University Rostock, where we had analyzed all, and really all, papers and publications from Indonesian waters on fish parasites in free-living fish. And we now, or at that time, we recognized already 621 different parasite species in 315 so far analyzed Indonesian teleosts. So if you now also add up those elasmobranchs that are not covered here, we know over 700 to 800 different parasite species already from Indonesia. This is quite a big number, but on the other hand, I told you that we are estimating about 15,000 fish parasites in your country. So that means only about 5%, 5 to 7% of that what will be known someday in future is known at the moment. And the third step now, so first Anisakis, the zoonotic one, then the free living species. And in 21 we published a book in IPB on fish parasites in Indonesian maricultures. So there we know about 100 parasite species in your maricultured fish species. We could identify the problematic ones. We could see those ones that are nicely transferring from the mariculture system outside and from outside inside. So that means we have a very good background about that, what is known in your country. So when can we use a fish parasite as a biological indicator? When we can collect it, when it's easily to collect and recognize, and when it is also a parasite that is not the same abundant all over your archipelago, but it is a bit different in different regions in Indonesia. And so we have two groups of parasites, you can see it here. One group that we are using to evaluate aquaculture systems for the health, for the pollution effects on the environment, and the other group of parasites we can use now for stock separation and the host ecology, host migration, which is very important also for fisheries management purposes. So now I want to give you one example. I will go through this because some of you have seen this already. So this is a mariculture farm that has developed in the Southern Islands in the years from 2002 to 2008. And you can see the number of fish produced in this mariculture farm drastically increased over 6 years. So this is the production in that mariculture farm, and also, of course, the feed intake into the system was increasing drastically. And we have developed a system how we can describe the abundance of fish parasites and what does it mean for the environmental quality. So this graph reads like this. So you can see we have on the left side parasite parameters, and these parameters we have to good and bad. So from 0 is good and 100% infestation would be a bad situation. And then if we have different parasite parameters, we are arranging them in a kind of a star graph or a graphic illustration. And if the dots are towards the outside, it's a good environmental condition. And if the dots are towards the inside, it would mean it's a bad environmental condition. And while doing so, nowadays we know very good indicators also for Indonesia that we can use. And this is the same thing, but just with 6 characters. And we applied these 6 characters then in this mariculture farm. And now I just show you what happened in that mariculture farm. So this is the first year, and you can see most of the dots are on the outside of the star graph, and that was at the beginning when the farm was still in low production. And now you can see over the years, every year now taken, you can see that the dots are moving towards the center until this was the final year. And you can see that we have a kind of a ecosystem overuse. So that means the mariculture was overloading the ecosystem, and this could be seen by the parasite infection in the fish in the aquaculture farm. So we then transferred this graph, you can see in the left side on the left top, we took this graph and transferred it then into a kind of calculation where we had positive, good, medium, and poor conditions. And this is an illustration showing you different environments all through Indonesia, from Bali to Segara Anakan Lagoon, where we studied, and then also in Jakarta Bay. And look on the right side, the final graph is in Jakarta Bay. It is very, very, very poor environmental quality based on the parasites. So we developed this method. This method is readily available. And you can see here, this is an interesting assessment that we did. We applied the in Indonesia developed method then in Vietnam. So we went into another area and in the Gulf of Tonkin, and we studied 4 aquaculture sites. And you can see on the left-hand side again the star graph. And you can see the different sites that we analyzed. And in Katba, on the right side, the rightest star graph here, you can see that the dots are very well at the center. So in Katba, it's a net cage area where we had a lot of mariculture activities. You could see that this region was heavily overloaded with mariculture farms, and therefore normally the governors and the governmental agencies actually should reduce the mariculture farms in this area to rehabilitate the environmental conditions in this area. So here you can see how we can use fish parasites in aquaculture and in environmental sciences, and these methods are now readily available. The final part of this talk, the next 5 minutes before I finish, I want to show you an example that we are studying at the moment. I have a PhD student from Bogor at the moment here at University Rostock, and she is working on migration and stock assessment of pelagic fish species in Indonesia. And you can see here, she studied Decapterus macarellus, and it's a very important fish species. You find it also in Bali. And the problem is that no parasite data really so far existed. And also there are still discussions about the population structure of this fish species. And so actually across Indonesian waters, it's very widely distributed. And we know that the spawning occurs all year around with different peaks in different local and regional areas. And so Heidi studied around Sulawesi waters and checked in different regions the parasite fauna. And now I want to show you also this methodology is established and can be used for all sorts of different stocks, fish species that you have in Indonesia. So on the left-hand side, you can see the 3 study sites where she was studying the macarellus. And the blue and the red sign shows you this is one fish stock according to fisheries data. And on the green one, actually, it's a different, it is said that this stock really belongs to a different stock. And so on the right top side, you can see the right results from the parasites. And you can see the blue and red dots are completely mixing. And the green ones are not really mixing with the blue and red ones. So the parasitology tells you very clearly that you must have a different fisheries management of stock green in comparison to stock blue and red. So you can have one fisheries management for the blue and red areas, but you have to have a distinct different stock assessment for the green ones. The final example, and then I want to finish, is about Scomberomus commerson. This is a very nice fish, very delicate, and actually I have been eating it in Indonesia also with pleasure. And the problem here is that it's a very important fisheries source in your area, but there are no really data about the population structures. It's a migratory species, but you still don't really know what's going on and from where the fish is coming. And so we try now to work on the fish parasites. And on these slides, you can see our results. On the left side, you can see the data from Seribu Islands and Pelabuhan Ratu. So this is in Java. And on the right side, you can see the data from Sulawesi. And you can see really that the Sulawesi stocks are not really connected to Seribu Islands and Pelabuhan Ratu. And even these two ones, though they are not very far away actually, they are very distinct. So the Scomberomorus from Pelabuhan Ratu is very distinct from the Seribu Islands based on the fish parasites. So this is my final slide showing you what we now know on basis of the fish parasites on the stocks. And if you look now to Indonesia, we have identified at least 4 different stocks that require different management and fisheries management considerations. The blue ones around Sulawesi, then the South Java stock and the North Java stock in the Java Sea. So finally, we can summarize, we know only about 5% of the parasite fauna that we expect for Indonesian waters. So there is a lot of things to be done in future. But on the other hand, we have done a lot. And we have developed the methods how to use fish parasites in your biodiverse area for stock assessment purposes and environmental quality and mariculture and aquaculture quality studies. And we had this very nice first educational workshop on fish parasites in Bali in 2013. And so I have written this now in red, a second educational workshop on fish parasites in future. It would be really time for us to follow up this wonderful study that we have done in Bali, in Indonesia. And I will just book my flights to visit you guys again in September. So I hope to see some of you and of my friends in Indonesia later on this year. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm ready for some questions. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Pandey, I cannot hear you.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for your excellent presentation, Professor Harry. So we hope we will see each other in Bali soon.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is a hybrid seminar, so we have participants joined by online and also offline here in Udayana University. In this session, panel discussion session, from the participant in this room, please raise your hand if you have any question to both of speakers, from Hari Palm and also Dr. Nurul Huda. And also for the participant who jointly by online, please write your question in the chat room so we can read and then we can discuss with the with both of speakers. Any question from here, from this room, please? Or any question by online participant?
Was it too fast? too much information in a very short time.
No, I think it's very clear and very interesting, Professor Hari. Yeah, maybe first question from me to Dr. Nurul Huda. Dr. Nurul Huda, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, yes. Because
yeah.
it's muted. Okay, can
Yeah,
hear you. Dr. Pandey.
Very interesting about the histamine issues in fisheries product, doctor. So one of your publication is reducing of histamine by bacillus. Is it it is very interesting for me. So can you give me a short explanation what the mechanism do by bacillus to reduce the histamine? Please, doctor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandey. Actually, it's not my work, Dr. Pandey. The using of the bacillus is belong to the work from scientists from Taiwan. But the idea of by using this kind of bacillus is to compete with the bacteria producing histamine. So during the fermentation, they put this kind of the bacillus to compete with the bacteria that normally produce the histamine decarboxylase. And once the bacteria bacillus is compete with the bacteria, histamine decarboxylase producing bacteria, they hope this kind of the number of bacteria related with the production of the histamine decarboxylase is decreased. And once this bacteria is decreased, meaning the number of the histamine produced during the fermentation is also decreased. So it means that the idea why they use this kind of the bacillus in order to compete with the bacteria that normally produce the histidine decarboxylase, Dr. Pandey.
Yeah. So is it only the single species of bacillus, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe we can do by consortium of bacillus?
Yeah, we can use a different type of the bacteria in order to compete with the bacteria that normally produce a histidine decarboxylase. But the main idea here, the main thing that we need to understand, once the histamine is there, we cannot destroy. So far, no any procedure, no any method to destroy the available existing histamine. But we can reduce the conversion of histidine to histamine by mix with different bacteria in order to compete with the bacteria that normally produce histamine decarboxylase.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurhuda, for your answer. So we have one question in the chat room. This is for Professor Hari. The question is, it's a very interesting presentation, Professor Hari. May you explain how to identify the parasite using morphological observation or using molecular tools? Please, Professor Hari.
Yes, actually, when we started in Indonesia, of course, we did most of it now with morphological tools. So, but nowadays, normally we are confirming our identifications also with molecular tools. So we have very good primers helping us to identify digeneans, cestodes, nematodes, and for example, in Anisakis, the identification of the worms cannot be done with morphology, it must be done with molecular data. So, but I know that in Indonesia, normally the technologies are also available, and also you could now start to work on this. And I know in the fish quarantine, there is also molecular tools for fish disease diagnosis. And actually, this could be also used for parasite identification. The problem that we have is when we use molecular tools just as such, very often we will find a sequence that has never been reported before, because Indonesia is so biodiverse. So very often and very likely you can also find new species. And so you must accompany the molecular tools with morphology. So you cannot just use molecular data. And this is a problem because you are in this wonderful, biodiverse, rich environment.
Okay, thank you, Professor Harry. Very interesting to. Yes, please, Prof. Eko, please.
Thank you for the opportunities. I have a question for Prof. Hari Palem.
Nice to see
Actually,
you.
when my reason come to Bali is want to meet with you, but I'm not lucky yet. Okay, okay. I have two question. I follow many your paper, many. I have two questions. The first one is what is the main challenges to study parasite and fish marine species in Indonesia? And the second one is what is the main data requirement for use parasite as biological indicator? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think the challenges are what I already said, that you have a very high biodiversity, and therefore sometimes it will be very, very difficult to really deal with the exact name of the parasite that you will detect. So this is a problem. And but on the other hand, and this already concerns the second question. If you, for example, have a parasite, you don't know really the name. You only have the genus, but it has very certain characteristics that you can always identify it. You can already use such a parasite which you never really have identified, and you don't know whether it's a new species. You can even use this parasite as a biological indicator for fisheries purposes or for aquaculture farms. So that means I think we now know enough. And also in other parts of the world, taxonomy has progressed. So we now have enough background information also to work with your biodiversity, even if we don't know the exact name. The only important is now in terms of taking the data, it is important that you at least monitor and you make photos. You use only parasites that are really readily identifiable, because the taxonomy, can be done in the next forthcoming years. Yeah, so you can detach now the taxonomic description of the parasites from the biological indication function. And I think we are now, after 25 years, we are now at this point that you in Indonesia could start to use fish parasites routinely in fishery science and in aquaculture science. So in terms of data collection, what you have to do is you have to, of course, study the fish, isolate the worms, and then at least have a basic knowledge of the parasites in a certain fish species. But in many fish species now we already have the background information. And then you just collect how many how many worms per fish, and you get prevalence data, you get intensity data, and these data you can already use for biological indication.
So, yeah, thank you, Professor Harry. Any comment from Pak Eko? It's okay? Okay. Yeah, one question from chat room from Ibu Mulyani from Research Agency of Indonesia, BRIN. So the question to Dr. Nurul Huda: can we remove or reducing histamine from by heating? Please, Dr. Nurul Huda.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandey. So as mentioned, once the histamine is there, we cannot do anything. No technology, no method yet available to reduce that, to eliminate or to reduce or to destroy that existing histamine. So what we can do, as mentioned by the work from the scientists from Taiwan, we just use some starter in order to compete or to inhibit the growth of the bacteria responsible for the production of histamine. But one histamine there, no, we cannot do nothing. It is will there forever. So far, no technology available, no method available to reduce the existing histamine. So I hope by the development of the knowledge, maybe next time, maybe something we can find, we can explore the method in order to reduce or to eliminate or to destroy the existing histamine. But so far, the best way in order to provide the more safe product for the consumption is by make sure that the raw material is in the fresh form. Meaning we need to pay attention for the procedure for the post-harvest of the marine product in order to reduce the probability of the bacteria that are responsible for the conversion of the histidine to histamine. I think it's all my answer, Dr. Pandey.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nurul Huda. Any question from? Okay, from the chat room. First, I will read from the chat room. The question to Professor Hari. This is from Dr. Charles. So, from
Yes.
Hari, can we use the parasite for stock assessment and migration pattern of the demersal fishes? Do you have any
Yes.
information regarding this topic, please?
Yes, it's a clear yes. You can also use it for demersal fish. And I think actually this should be even more easy because the migration and the migration shouldn't be so extensive, like for example in Scomberomoros. And so normally with a thorough investigation of demersal fish, you should be also able to make a stock discrimination by using fish parasites with these species. I think that's possible, yes.
Yeah, thank you. The next question, also for you, Professor Hari, from Dr. Ibnu Sahidir from Brin, I think. Dear Dr. Pam, throughout your research experience in Indonesia, how significant is the correlation between adverse weather and parasite attack in aquaculture? Please, Professor Hari.
Oh, yes, that's a very, very interesting question, actually. I cannot say that I have real experiences, but I can say that, for example, if you have on land, if you have coastal aquaculture, and this coastal aquaculture is influenced, for example, by rivers, river outflows from land, and you have severe weather conditions with a lot of fresh water which goes into the ocean, which also reaches the mariculture farms. What will happen is that this waters will affect the fish in the net cages, and it will also affect the ectoparasites. So those parasites that are sitting on the outer surface. And some of the parasites we know that you have are those ones that are living from bacteria, for example. And if there's a lot of detritus and a lot of outflow flushing through the mariculture farms, these parasites can explode in numbers. So that means you can have accompanied with severe weather conditions on land, you can have parasite outbreaks in connected mariculture areas in the vicinity of the land. Yeah, so this is by theory, and I think this will be also happen in praxis. But we never studied it. Yeah, we never really sampled before severe heavy conditions, weather conditions, and after. We did not do this so far, but this is most likely to happen because of the biology of the parasites and the ecology of the fish in the net cages.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Hari. So, the question from this room, please. Please, from Pak Darya, please.
Yeah.
Stand up. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. I will ask Professor Huda, about the histamine. The first, according to your research, can histamine have a direct impact on human? Direct impact, and then, have you ever found the exposure to histamine which is harmful to human health? Thank you.
Yes, please, Dr. Nur Huda.
Yes, yes, thank you for the question. I think the more significant effect of the histamine for the human health is related with the allergic reaction. But so different people come up with different sensitivity to the allergic reaction, different sensitivity to the histamine contamination. For if some people that very sensitive to the histamine contamination, so maybe the effect to the human health will be really significant. But if the people is quite quite strong and quite not really sensitive for the histamine, maybe the effect to his or her health is not significant. So meaning the status of the personal health is will influence the effect from the consumption of the fish with higher histamine content. But in general, as mentioned, in general, consumption of the fish product that already contain histamine in concentration of the 200 ppm is already associated with the illness. So meaning the 200 ppm is a limit. So we need to make sure that the histamine content must be not more than 200 ppm. If more than 200 ppm, it will affect significant effect to the human health. So why different countries come with different regulation? But for example, for the Western people, maybe they really sensitive for the histamine content, they put regulation. The histamine content in the fish product must be not more than 50 ppm. For other country, maybe they set up more, 200 ppm. But we can use the in general, 200 ppm is the limit of the histamine content to make if more than 200 ppm will affect significantly for the human health in different form. But the general form is allergic reaction, especially from the skin. I think it's all, Dr. Pandey, my answer for the effect of the histamine consumption for the human health.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurul Huda. So, because we have limited time, I think we will close this session. So, thank you for your excellent information and interesting presentation in this session. Please give big applause for our speakers in this session. Thank you. Hope all of the information will enhance our knowledge related to fish and fisheries science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For all speakers. Back to Master of Ceremony, please.
That was a great presentation and also panel discussion. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for our panelists and also our moderator. Thank you once again to our speakers and also thank you to moderator. Please remain on the stage because the organizing committee would like to present token of appreciation to our speakers and also moderator. Firstly, we would like to present the certificate for Dr. Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Sabah. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Sabah. The second one, the certificate is given to Professor Harry W. Palm from Rostock University, German. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Harry W. Palm from Rostock University, German. And now kindly be invited Chairman of the Indonesian Ethology Society, Professor Dr. Krismono, and also Chairman of Organizing Committee, Ibu Dr. Nyomandati Pertami, to present the tokens to our moderator, Bapak Dr. Pandegede Sasmita Juliantoro. And now please kindly take your position for taking the pictures. And also I'm kindly to invite Dr. Nurul Huda and also Professor Hari Palm to turn on the camera stream to join us for taking the pictures. Well, once again, thank you very much to all speakers, moderator, Professor Krismono and Ibu Dati Pertami, you may take your seat. Well, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the first day agenda of the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences ISFFS 2023. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the participants who attended this seminar. And I should remind everyone that we will be seeing you again tomorrow on the second day of the second international seminar on fish and fisheries sciences 2023. And the registration will be start on 8 a.m. Bali time. Thank you once again for joining us today. Have a great day ahead and goodbye for now.
you.